Well, thank everybody for coming and taking this time out of your busy days. Hopefully we'll wind up today. As far as our consultants are concerned, we're out of money. We've paid them every penny that we owe them and then some. And we're not going to consume all of your time. So Kayla's going to take us through the draft copy and we'll get started. But I need to get approval of the minutes of the last meeting, which was April 21st, 2023. Have a motion from Dr. Maurer, have a second from, who is that? Richard Dubose. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Ayes carry. Kayla, I'm going to turn it over to you, sweetie.
Okay. All right. So everybody got a copy. Josh is reminding everyone, Mike's. Everyone got a copy of the full draft plan. So my hope today, because this plan needs to be adopted by the steering committee, then adopted by planning and zoning, or recommended approval, then it goes to the Board of Commissioners for adoption. So we still have several steps we need to take to get it adopted. The steering committee adopting it today does not mean it's enacted. It still has to go through public comment, advertising, all of that. So my hope today is that the steering committee can move to adopt with revisions. And I'll have a master document with all of the revisions that I will give to the consultant. And then it will still have two more opportunities to be commented on and reviewed with planning and zoning and Board of Commissioners. So that's my goal today. I hope we will get there, but we'll see. Okay. So what I'd like to do is just to go section by section. And y'all we'll have a conversation about each piece of it. If you guys have grammatical changes, wording changes, I know Bill has raised a couple pieces that maybe should be added. And so we'll talk about those as well. So we'll just start going through it piece by piece. Okay. Does everybody have a copy of the plan? Do you need a copy? Okay. All right, let me go and make a copy. I'll be right back. Can you do that? Okay. I fight with that printer. I fight with that printer every day, which Angie can attest to. There's a lot of yelling, so it's really difficult to work with. Okay. All right. So let's just go ahead and kick it off. One of the comments that Bill had made at the top was the need for an executive summary. And I agree with that. I think it would be great to just have a quick intro, quick overview, because I can't remember who it was, but that emailed, but said that most people will probably only read the executive summary. So I think that's a great idea. John did. We have two suggested executive summaries, one from Bill and one from John. So I guess I'd like to get everybody's thoughts on these executive summaries.
I could just make a comment.
John's, and then this one, the bigger packet, is Bill's. And the executive summary is on the last page of Bill's.
Yeah, as you said, many people will only read the executive summary. So we want to make sure it's not just a quick overview, but it has the important key points that we want them to walk away with. And a lot of it is related to, people ask us all the time, what are you guys recommending? What are you changing, or what are you asking the town council to do? So we want to make sure we are very clear about that in the executive summary. A lot of people won't take the time to look back in the pages and see what's really, what's all the details.
So I like what they've put together, these two pieces. What does the rest of the group think? That piece as well as the last page. Okay, yeah, it's says, yeah, the last page of it under draft,
There should be one on your,
page
should be
8.
one on the table.
Is the
Richard.
8 pages the executive summary?
No.
Just the last paragraph.
Just the last paragraph, and then with what John had provided in that single sheet.
Yeah, my one pager is just an addendum, in addition, kind of a last paragraph to Bill's proposal draft.
So is yours an addition to Bill's draft?
Right.
So it's
Not
not
an
an either or, it's a, do we want to take the?
Not an alternate.
Okay, I would suggest that we let you meld the two. You can, which you can. Is that okay with everybody?
How are we leaving? Are you asking us to approve this as the executive summary for our draft this morning?
Well, approve that we need an executive summary.
Agreed.
And then
Let her put the two together. So it's,
And then but this
Well,
committee would
yeah, I'd
have
like
no bite
them
of the
to-
apple at reviewing that executive summary draft?
yeah, so that's the,
we won't be able to finish it this morning, I don't think.
No.
so I mean, we have to do. So,
I mean, I do have some thoughts about this, and so I would move that the document needs an executive summary. And would be happy to give my thoughts on my first reaction to it, but I really haven't had time to certainly not blend the two together in
Yeah.
my mind and figure out what makes the most sense.
okay,
Can you put the two together and send it out to the committee for review? And then we can either make changes or build consensus through feedback from the committee.
I'm not looking for more meetings, but
Okay.
I've been through enough with this over the last 3 years to know that people make all sorts of assumptions about the way things are worded to align with what they believe. Which is why planning and zoning, when they redid the zoning regulations several years ago, took months and months and months covering every comma, every period, every capitalized remark, because they know it has to be precise. And I feel like our document as a basis for that needs to be as precise as possible too.
I would add, I'm reading through this for the first time, and it seems heavy to me on feedback from the community rather than the work of this commission. And I think an executive summary ought to be focused on the work of this commission, not on surveys. So that's my initial very quick read of this. Well,
Would you mind repeating that?
my first read of this executive summary is that it's heavy on survey feedback and light on what we have done as a commission. And it seems to me that an executive summary ought to be a summary of this commission's work. And that includes getting survey feedback, but there's a lot more. So this seems very skewed to
so
community feedback, a
here's,
few people.
here's what I propose. We're in agreement that we need an executive summary. Okay. So it looks like we will have to come back and have another meeting at this one, but let me draft something. And then we can come back together and approve that. Does that sound fair? Oh, I don't think so. We can, at the end of the meeting, just move to adopt all the proposed changes. Okay, so we'll go on from that piece and I'll come back with something and I'm going to take from these two pieces.
I want to thank you two guys for doing that, though. Y'all
Yeah.
took a lot of time And we do appreciate that, and we'll get and meld them together. That's all right.
Yes.
Will it be in Angie's office? I'd like for the public to be able to come by and get a copy of the executive summary if possible.
The one that these pieces or the one that I'm gonna draft?
The one that you're gonna draft.
Yeah.
That we're gonna approve.
Yeah, I mean, anyone
Okay.
can, yeah, I
It'll be
can,
readily available.
I can print out a stack of them and leave them in Angie's office. And if people need other materials, all of this is publicly available. It's just so much paper so that if someone wants it, they can reach out to me and I'm happy to provide people with whatever. they
Maggie,
need.
were you asking about public comment or?
No,
This,
just
the
to-
executive summary would be on the front end of this plan.
I was just like, originally, way back in the meetings, we talked about having this as a brochure or something that people could pick up in the town office. That was where I'm going. Or just as a piece of paper, just so.
Yeah, I mean, we
people who are
can,
Questioning what we're doing or.
yeah,
wanna know
yeah,
what
I
we're
can
doing.
leave a stack of them up there. Let's say after the steering committee agrees on the language.
Oh, yeah. It
Okay,
doesn't matter.
yeah, that's
Just
fine.
an official,
Yeah, fine.
summary would
Yeah.
be wonderful.
Okay, so let's go on from that. The next piece is, so I'm gonna go through, I want to go through each piece, but also kind of follow these comments that Bill had to address each of them. Bill had brought up, some questions about the acknowledgements. It's not clear who's doing the thank you. The use of honorifics isn't consistent. And selection of the steering committee members. I will leave the first two for you guys to discuss, but I will say that as far as selection of the steering committee members, that's, I think that's more information than what's needed. In comprehensive plan development, steering committees are selected from a group of representatives. I don't think it's necessary to pull in, it's like a standard process. You do it for every comprehensive plan. I don't think that we need to pull in the specifics of, we were sent this list of people, we reached out to these people were appointed, I think that's a little bit, I think it's a little not needed in here. It's just more filler.
It's not part of the committee's work anyway. That was part of the Planning and Zoning Commission. That selected the people and so
Right.
forth.
So part of like, and again, bringing the methodology piece, I don't think that's necessary to put in there. And it would involve more time and more drafting on the consultant's part. So I'll leave the first two to you guys. It's not clear who's doing the thank you, and the use of honorific / titles in front of names is not consistent. So Bill, I don't know if you want to maybe talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, sorry to sort of in the weeds, but when you read the acknowledgement paragraph, I just wonder who's thanking is, if it's the consultants, then they've left out our town staff, for example. So that's all, just to make it a complete statement, which I think, Kayla, probably you're going to be doing a lot of the inserting of a word here and a word there. And then in terms of the steering committee, we've got Dr. Mauer identified, and my only question is, do we want to use honorifics for other people, retired military, for example, or do we just want to delete it and avoid figuring it out?
My kids call me a useless doctor anyway.
Okay. Does anyone have any suggestions for the acknowledgement language? I mean, I read it as fine, but if you guys have suggestions for that, that would be great.
So you're talking about adding staff?
That's all.
That's all.
Just add some. Okay. Easy enough. All right. Going on from there. Contents. So I thought this was a really good idea to add some subheadings under the table of contents to point out, you know, Montreat tomorrow, that it contains the vision statements, the objectives, and the implementation. I thought that was a good idea. What does the rest of the group think?
Yeah, plus add the executive summary to the.
And
to the-
I think it's fine.
All right, executive summary, and then. Okay, so in plan overview. Does anyone have any comments on this first paragraph?
I don't have on the paragraph, but on the timeline, that obviously needs to be adjusted.
Yeah. First paragraph, any comment? This is page 2 of the paper document, page 6 of the PDF. Looks like this.
And we're talking about comments on substance and meaning, right? Not
Yes.
necessarily on whether something should be italicized, right? Okay, good.
I mean, you can get.
I'll give that later.
Explain this to Bill and John that all these changes have to be done with the full committee. And I think it would be great to do the weeds now. Yes, because I want to give you guys a full document next time.
Okay,
I know it's a lot, but these are the changes, and I want you guys to be ready to adopt this, and we have to do these things in the steering committee meetings.
okay. Then Montreat tomorrow, I think, should probably be italicized or in quotes in the very first paragraph because it's a document and it helps set it off to what you're talking about.
All right, any other changes to that first paragraph? So, Bill, it's this page right here.
Well, you just asked for the first paragraph. So
Yeah. So, okay, so we're gonna go on from that one. Second paragraph, which is planning process.
Considering the plan overview is only 2 paragraphs, I think there's room for expansion. And specifically, I'd say, how about a paragraph that gives our methods? How did the consultants do the job? How did the steering committee participate? Just some sort of a digest, if for no other reason than for future plan committees to have a sense of how this one got done.
Okay. Right. Any other comments on this? And so when we meet next time, I will have some new language for y'all to look at. So that's why I want to go through what we've got. Right. Any other comments on those 2 pieces other than we'd like to pull in some more about the methodology, which I think after reading this really includes that engagement piece and the work of the steering committee. All right. This next page, which is page 3 of the paper, this is pulled directly from an article. So I don't know if y'all have any changes to the language that's in here, but I know this came directly out of some external source.
What external source?
Plan NC Guidebook, a practitioner's guide to,
Oh, I'm sorry. My
yeah.
fault. My fault.
Yep.
Hey, look, in reviewing the document, I really did not, if it was coming from an external source, I really didn't proof it. I'm assuming it's basically pasted from approved.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I
Speeding things along.
when I looked at them, I did kind of do a general proofreading, and all of the things that came from external sources were fine. Okay, we're gonna keep going. All right, we're going on to community context, page 6. All right.
You ready?
Ready?
So in the upper right-hand corner paragraph, I would propose a change. First of all, you have a typo in the fourth line. Many of the, and then in the sixth line, I would propose a broader phrasing to say, although privately owned, operate more like public spaces. There are plenty of spaces in Montreat that aren't parks that are also considered public, though privately owned.
Was that all your comments on this page, Richard? I had another one in line 5 on the first paragraph, upper left-hand corner. It should be, instead of and, it should be and. Okay, any other comments on this page? And I'm keeping track of all of these.
So this is a real nit, but town manager is capitalized, but mayor is not.
I want all of them. Okay, anything else on this page before we move on? Nitpicking is welcome. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Page 7. Comments on here.
So, I have some general questions about population growth. This is probably not the best page to bring it up. It says, however, slowly Montreat's population is growing on the. Is that not what we're on?
No, we're on page 7.
Oh, the
So,
map.
with the gate picture.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, we're gonna get to that in a second. It's okay. Page 7, this is the sheet with the gate on it.
I'm not sure that the first sentence is actually accurate. I think that's historically true. I'm not sure that's true today.
Okay. So what do we want to do with that sentence?
You could take the word best out.
Add historically. Historically known for being a national conference center, ... Okay,
Change Beth to historical.
historically known for being ...
Okay, top right sentence begins observations and recent trends in Montreat, blah, blah, blah. That's an example of a sentence that could go in methods.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through it and look at some of the things that you had called out and try to pull those into
Okay,
that
so
first
I
section.
won't make further comments on those points.
Yeah, I've got,
Okay.
I read through the whole thing.
Okay, and then, excuse me, the second paragraph, left-hand side, it ends with the section, has attracted people to the area for over a century. If you think about it, it's been more than a century that humankind has been attracted to this valley. So I don't know how you want to address colonial times, how you want to address Native Americans.
Maybe we just take out for over a century.
Well,
It's true statement.
it's actually true. It's saying Montreat, right?
And Montreat was founded about a century ago.
Yeah, I understand that, and that's us sitting at this table, but it's attracted people for more than the, excuse me, the implied 1 century. It's attracted people for centuries.
Actually thousands of years. I actually have some potsherds found up on Graybeard that were aged at 3,000 years.
Can we just take out the words of Montreat and put thousands of years?
So the peaceful and restorative quality of the natural beauty has attracted people to the area for thousands of years and continues to define the character of the town.
Yes.
Is that better? Okay,
It's better, but I really think that the college ought to be mentioned in there too. In that. community contact.
If we're nationally known for, we're actually nationally known for two things, being a conference retreat place and for cybersecurity education. And we're known nationally for that now.
Can you give Kayla a couple sentences later?
I'd be happy
I
to.
think that's a
Yeah,
good point.
that would be great if you could tag it on to the first paragraph on the upper left-hand side. Just maybe a sentence about that piece. Okay, any other comments on this page? Okay. Okay, the next page is a map. And Bill, I saw you had a comment about this, about the ETJ. The ETJ is addressed later on in land use and zoning. I think I realize what you're saying, that it's, this is the first time we're seeing this map. So, but I'd like to leave the ETJ explanation where it is. It makes sense under land use and zoning.
Kayla,
So is that all right?
that was a stumbling block for me too, because one rule in writing is you don't have an acronym without an explanation. It just hits you in the face when you get to page 7. So either we need to write out ETJ and then in parens put ETJ.
Yeah, we can do that.
That would be one way to do it. Another way is to have a glossary in the back, which might be a good idea anyway, because there are a lot of acronyms throughout. Most of them are explained within the
Yeah.
section that they're in, but it might be just a consideration.
So maybe what we could do is have that read Montreat ETJ in parentheses, ETJ with like a little star next to it, and say page 12, because that's where the actual explanation and land use and zoning lives.
I think the idea of a glossary in the back is very good. There's a lot of things in here I didn't know either.
I still think you need to write it out there.
Yeah, no, that's like write out J and then just direct people to page 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
As far as a glossary, I mean, I've tried to break down as many pieces as I can. I don't, if there are specific terms that y'all are looking to have defined, it is going to be extremely time intensive to put together a glossary. And we don't have that in the budget for the consultants. So if there are specific pieces that y'all want called out, if there's things that are unclear in here, let me know. A lot of them exist within the paragraphs. So if there are specific pieces that you'd like called out, let me know. Okay. Any other comments on that? Okay. All right, going on to page 9. This is population. Richard, did you want to jump back in with that, with what you were saying before?
I'll wait until the following page because it's more of my questions come from the following data on the second page.
Okay, page 9. So I know that, Bill, you had a question about actual numbers for full-time residents, seasonal absentee homeowners, and college students. We don't have that. We, know roughly, we know how many students are in the college. We have a rough idea of the number of people here, but we don't have a breakdown of seasonal, part-time, full-time residents that I'm aware of. I know we've tried to pull that together, but I'm not aware of something that exists like that.
Yeah, well, if you've tried, I'll just let it pass.
Hmm?
Like I said, if you've tried to get the numbers and you haven't, then the numbers don't exist.
Yeah,
It's just simply seemed to me, well, we know the college enrollment.
Yeah.
We know how many registered voters there are to at least give us some proxy numbers. I guess the more conceptual point was, we want to be sure to indicate that our population is sort of weighted in two directions. We've got a large college student presence, and we've got a large number of people of, say, retirement age.
So they do talk about that in that first paragraph on the left-hand side, that the number of people present fluctuates throughout the year. And for these reasons, the population in Montreat may be higher than US Census estimates. And then there is information from the census in figure 2.4 with the caveat that because it's such a small size, it may not be entirely accurate. What other pieces would you be looking for besides hard numbers? Because we tried to get those and. Yeah.
Student population, I mean, that's not a big city.
No, and we can add this, the student
Yeah,
population.
I supplied all that information.
Yeah,
It's no secret.
and that was sent to them. I can ask them to add that number in. Okay, anything else on this page as far as language? Still on page 9. We may come back to this after we talk about page 2. Okay. All right, so let's go to page 10. Okay, so let's talk about the tourism part first. Comments on this section.
So, couple of nits. One, I think this is really, people are going to moan about this, but on like the 8th line where you say comprising, I think you mean composing. And then down in the paragraph, and this is generally true for the document as a whole, there are places where part-time and full-time should be hyphenated. When not here necessarily, but I'm just noting it here, sort of a find and replace where it's a compound modifier of a noun. You should probably put a hyphen between part-time and full-time. Told you. I called her yesterday and offered to do this before we met. She told me let's wait. So.
No, this is what I want.
Okay, sorry. Apologies to the town.
No, I agree.
The other thing, I found the second sentence in the second paragraph to be confusing. Anecdotal evidence supports that local visitors that come from other parts of the region to hike. I would suggest a rephrasing of that sentence to say, because you've already talked about hiking in the first sentence. I would say, in addition, my recommendation is that it says, in addition, anecdotal evidence suggests that parks, sidewalks, bike paths, and other public spaces attract residents and visitors from around the region.
Are used by to indicate that we're getting full. We have lots of visitors in our paths, our trails, our paths are getting full.
Well, this goes to one of my bigger questions. Sure, if I can, I was making it up as I went, but I'll do my best to make it up in the exact same form. Anecdotal evidence suggests that parks, sidewalks, bike paths, and other public spaces attract residents and visitors from around the region.
Thank you. Okay, you want to go on to your.
The larger point I want to make is you said on the previous page that our population our population is increasing at a rate double the size of Buncombe County. And yet all of this congestion is being attributed to our visitors. If we are growing at this rate, it seems to me the people who are coming in and out of town every day, using our paths every day, using our parking spaces every day, using our bike paths every day are also adding to the traffic and congestion. In other words, I don't want to hang, back to Maggie's point, I don't want to hang these challenges only on the people who don't live here or own property here. These are challenges that are endemic to a growing region, period. Now, that's a larger, more substantive critique of the text than a change in period or added additional hyphen. But I don't see how we can add 200 residents and not regularly impact the use of all of these spaces in a way that is at least measurable or commensurate to occasional visitors.
So maybe some sort of sentence about, on page,
Can I offer a,
absolutely.
that comment could be made in the executive summary. In other words, we're talking about the impact of tourism in this section. I think it's fine. But when I want to make the larger point that we are contributing to the challenges that we're facing. We are not simply victims of them.
So before talking about specific language, what's the group reaction to that critique?
Excuse me, I like the direction Richard is going. I'm so sorry. At the bottom of the left-hand column, there's a sentence, the very last sentence in the second paragraph, just above the blue bars. An increase in visitors to Montreat will likely have an effect on parking at the trailheads and traffic in town. Now, as Richard was speaking, I flipped through the whole section here. There's no paragraph on transportation, yet we've all agreed that traffic and transportation are one of our three big visions. It just seems to me that a little bit more language here along the lines Richard is saying, it's not that increasing visitors will have an effect. It's already having an effect. And we've complained in our surveys about parking and congestion needing for traffic calming. In some ways, I think Montreat is perceived as an amusement park. People come in, they don't pay a fee, they work on our trails, for example. There's impact for parking. And it just seems to me our community context section should maybe have at least a sentence indicating that the traffic issues are here and they're real. Does that
Even
make
something we
sense?
haven't mentioned at all is Robert Lake Park, which is overrun with visitors a lot. And I know it goes in the same basket as the trails and stuff, but we might want to add that to some of the verbiage.
I just want to add that we've never discussed as a commission whether we believe there's a traffic problem in Montreat. I don't think there's one view of that on this commission. Are there challenges? The nuances of language matter. Do we have traffic problems here? Some
I would
people
say-
think so,
No,
and some people
We
think
have
not.
increased traffic, but we're able to handle it. Our biggest problem has been parking. And we've worked with y'all, with the college on student parking and so forth. We can't do anything. The town doesn't have the land to do anything about the parking at trailheads. Do we, Richard?
Not to my knowledge.
No, see, we don't. So the traffic that you see is primarily on the streets. I mean, it's walking or whatever. But it has increased and it's going to continue to increase, but I don't see problems per se. There's no congestion, there's no backup, there's no waiting 10 minutes in lines, and typically big cities have problems. We have increased traffic that I think we're handling just fine, whether it's walking traffic or pedestrian or driven.
There are only 2 times a year that I've lived here for 9 years. There are only 2 times a year when I have ever seen traffic congestion in the town of Montreat. It's on move-in day for the college, when they come that morning and they stack up about 10 cars deep, waiting for me to give them a bottle of water. Sometimes 12 or 15 cars deep, and that's for half a day. And on July 4th. And I've never literally seen congestion in traffic in this town other than those 2 days in a single calendar year.
I
If
think
I
it-
see 5 or 10 cars on the way to work and the way out of work, that's about my average.
I think it also depends on how you define congestion because where I live, my road is the favorite back road of construction and everything else. And one of my problems with it is not so much congestion as how many go by, although there are quite a few, but it's the speeding. And you can't go down a little road in Montreat doing 35 or 40 miles an hour. And that happens a lot here. And that's has been, as Tim knows, has been one of my main concerns since we even started this project. So yeah, we've talked about traffic a lot, but we haven't talked about it in some context.
So if I may, we do have an objective that seeks to address traffic. As far as the language in the plan goes, what I propose is that at the end of the paragraph on the right-hand side of page 9, I add some general language about the effects of population growth on the town, very, very, very generally, and particularly speak to traffic. And then we review that at the next meeting. And then on page 10, paragraph left-hand side, the last sentence, I propose revising that to read, an increase in visitors to Montreat will likely have an effect on parking at the trailheads and coupled with an increase in population, the volume of traffic in the town.
So it's more thorough.
Does that
Yeah.
sound okay?
And I've given you language that
Yes.
you requested.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna keep going. Let's go into housing. This is the paragraph, the section on the right-hand side of page 10. Comments.
I have a comment. The last sentence, to afford today's housing costs in Montreat, new homeowners likely have high incomes or retirement savings. Is that necessary to put that in? That just sounds a little uppity. And not very.
We can take it out.
welcoming.
We
Where
can-
are you, Maggie?
I'm on under housing, the first paragraph, the last sentence, to afford today's housing costs in Montreat. You could just say maybe they're aspirational or something. I don't know, but that just sounds a little.
It's part of the, it's part of the demographics of the community. And that's what this page is explaining. I think pretty well.
Everybody else is okay with it.
Well, those two are different things. Retirement savings don't necessarily mean that somebody is high income. So there is probably a way to say that people who buy homes in Montreat will likely have wealth indicators above the median because our median, I mean, I'm sure that's true. I don't have any data at my fingertips except for what we have at the bottom right-hand corner of the page. But I like Maggie, I did find, and there are people who have retirement savings, but are very, careful about how they need to use those for housing and other purposes. So it's
I'd be content just taking that sentence out entirely.
fine with me.
Yeah, I was thinking too.
Okay. Take it out. All right, anything else in this section?
Yes, a couple of, I don't know where the 147 individual rooms comes from, but it's probably closer to 235. And I would say it probably should read 235 rooms across 13 lodges instead of standalone cottages or lodges, just use the word. I guess 29 is the right number of campsites. Honestly, I have no idea. Now, the substantive comment I have at the bottom of the page, back to Maggie's comment again, which I think is interesting. I was looking at the median home value statistics at the bottom right, which don't, in some respects, support the narrative in my sense, because it looked to me like in North Carolina from 2015 to 2020, median home value went up 22%. Am I reading that right? Whereas we're growing at a slower rate than North Carolina in general, it looks like to me. And so I was kind of scratching my head on what we're trying to prove with these data here. So it grew from 154 to 182 in North Carolina, and it grew from 419 to 455 in the town of Montreat. That's about a 10% increase at the bottom of the page and about a 20-something% increase in North Carolina generally. So it sounds to me like North Carolina is growing in home value faster than we are.
Yeah, but the paragraph, upper right, first paragraph in the upper right says they're comparing median home values,
Right.
which is what the chart supports. Ours is twice that of the median home value of North Carolina.
But I guess where I'm coming from is,
I see what Richard said. I just did the math. It does show that the median home value did rise faster in the state, even though it's the change. I think we're talking about two pieces here. It's the median home value in Montreat in relation to what it is in the state, but also the increase has
So it's
been
higher.
slower in Montreat than in the rest of the state.
so yeah, I understand John's point that the median home values are much higher in Montreat than they are in North Carolina generally. But if we're trying to paint a picture that it's getting increasingly expensive in Montreat, the data suggests that on a percentage basis, it's actually getting more expensive in other parts of our state.
So I think leaving that first sentence in the top paragraph and then adding, however, median home values have risen at a slower rate in Montreat than in the rest of the state.
Okay.
Does that?
Sure. My question as it relates to this, Mayor, is what is the impact on tax revenue? Are these median home values related to tax assessed value? Are they, what's the ACS 5-year estimates? Are they based on tax appraisals or are they based on home sales?
These figures,
Yes.
I have no earthly idea. That came from the consultant. What
So,
they gathered.
But our taxes are based on appraised value,
okay.
right?
So our taxes, would it be fair to assume that our taxes have gone up about 10% over the last 5 years of the decade if they're tied to these values? I guess my point is we talk a lot about revenue in this document, but I don't see we've really spent much time looking at projecting revenue sources. And we've got a lot of plans that are going to cost a lot of money, and we're not really talking about where that money is going to come from or communicating with taxpayers what their wishes are going to cost.
So that would be part of implementation, and we've intentionally left that vague because we don't have answers to those questions.
Well, okay. I guess if this is strategic planning, revenue is a key component of strategic planning. And if there's a fissure in our survey data, no matter when you take the survey, whether it's 2008, 2020, 2022, whatever, it is between the desire for low density and low taxes. These things cannot coexist. And so we need to have, I think, as a public body and as a community, responsible conversation about how these things are tied together. Now, I'm not saying we need to meet 6 more times to talk about this. I'm not recommending this committee go on. But if there's a recommendation where we can go and put that conversation into a deliberate focus, I think this community needs it, because otherwise we continue to have sort of ideas that are unhitched from what people really are willing to pay for.
So in the implementation, page 57, there are general strategies, and one of them is to identify internal and external pathways to securing new funding sources. When we look to implement parts of this plan, these are the strategies that we will look to.
I'm all for internal, external strategies, and
It's
it's
just,
important to acknowledge that our taxes are always going to be the primary revenue strategy for anything we want to do. I mean, we're never going to do everything we want to do with grant funding and other people's money. And the sooner we communicate that and freely admit that to each other as a small community and remind people of that when we have the opportunity to, I think the more valuable that this document and other documents will be.
I concur with that. There is one principal revenue source for this town. And it's housing. It's the tax base of the people who live here. And I think that's we've gone through the concept of there's no commercial district. There's no place for a commercial district. No one wants a commercial district. That's the only other option. That's off the table. So to Richard's point, we should be very clear about that in this document.
So I think that's something that should be put in implementation, not in this section.
Fair enough.
So can we hold that piece?
And maybe even an executive summary.
And can we add language in the executive summary that speaks to the challenges of understanding what our revenue picture is here?
Yeah, does anyone have suggestions for?
I can send you some language.
You can send me some language. That would
Do
be
we
great.
have a caveat too about rentals versus ownership and all the, all the Airbnb stuff that's coming? I do think that needs to be acknowledged because maybe we can get some money from those, but at the moment, we're not.
As
We are.
as long as you leave the implementation up to the commissioners. The commissioners are looking at all of the things. We charge fees that aren't covering our cost for implementing these fees. We just upgraded, putting in a new water meter. I mean, it costs, and we were charging way below the going rate is, but we didn't include labor. So the commission, in doing the budget yesterday, talked about looking at every aspect of everything we do as a town and charging for it. And charging for it such that we cover not only the parts, but the labor and everything else involved, the time of the backhoe, all this stuff has got to go. If we're going to run it like a business, it's got to be operated like a business. We can't keep operating at a loss. And a lot of the revenue, Richard, that we've got, that we have is not cost effective. We're not bringing in, we're losing money on a lot of things we do in this town.
We're with you on that. That's missional for us as a conference center. So while we also lose money on things we provide the town, we understand it's important. And we also understand that a lot of people who live here make philanthropic gifts to the conference center to support it. So it can be really hard to sort of actually dollar cost average what costs and expenses really are. Back to Maggie's point, though, I mean, again, Maggie is making a claim that rental properties are increasing in Montreat. Am I understanding that? We have no data to support that. I've seen no data, and at the conference center, anecdotally, there is quite a bit of data that the number of rental properties available to our guests are decreasing. So again, I want to make sure the plan articulates what we know, not what the survey says, because as I said at the beginning, I was interested in participating in this because I think this is an educational opportunity. As much as it is a finding out what people think, it's finding out what we know about the future and the current state of the town.
So Richard, if you can send me maybe some suggested language, I'd like to put that in the executive summary and then also in the implementation section. And then we can dive deeper into how we let me put that together and then we can continue, I think, that conversation. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Kayla,
All
I
right.
have one more thing on the
Yes.
bar charts from the bottom of right-hand side of page 10.
Yes.
The Black Mountain numbers appear to be inverted because it looks like the Black Mountain numbers have gotten smaller over time. And that's probably not the case.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
Thank
that
you.
graph is backwards.
Yep,
Thank you,
That's what it
Paul.
looks like. Okay, let's go on.
Thanks.
Yes,
I hate to go backwards, but I need to
That's
go
okay.
backwards just for a second.
yes.
I want to go back to where Montreat is surrounded by steep blah, blah, blah on page
Can-
7.
Yep.
We
Keep
talked about what Montreat was known for, and Paul, you said it was known for 2 things. One of the things that the wording bothered me because Montreat is not known for cybersecurity, but Montreat College is known for cybersecurity. And I think we need to make a differentiation between those two.
So I've given Kayla some suggested language. Kayla, you might read that out loud.
I agree with both Paul and Mari in this, in the sense that, I mean, Montreat College almost deserves its own sentence in this section. Because it is growing, because it is increasingly known, whether nationally or even internationally. And it also should be differentiated from that first sentence. It's almost deserves its own statement, and it's having an impact on our community. So it belongs in this summary paragraph, but it almost, to me, deserves its own particular sentence.
Maybe the town of Montreat is widely known for its conferences and camps, as well as being home to Montreat College.
I would just, in the sentence after the first sentence, I would just say Montreat College is located, Montreat is home to Montreat College, and then whatever language Paul wishes to use to describe it after that. And that's as a
College in
second
the
sentence.
world.
The greatest college
In the world.
ever conceived since the dawn of time,
That's my recommendation.
thousands of years.
Did you even say something like founded? Yeah, how old it is, or that it has historically been a part of the Montreat community for, decades?
Well, 1916.
1916.
Oh,
Um,
We're talking
Maggie,
It's a
about-
small
that's
mushroom. A very small one.
Mushrooms don't always have a good
So,
presentation.
so. Paul, if
Okay,
you wanna,
folks, let's go.
if you want to send me maybe just some little. Montreat is also home to Montreat College, ... Okay, we're gonna keep going. Going back to page 11. Mari will clear that up. Okay, page 11, I don't know where the full map for this is, so that's gonna need to be put in. So just so you guys know, these maps, the ones that are vertical show the entire planning territory of Montreat, and that includes the ETJ. But when you zoom out to that level, you miss the detail of the actual municipal boundary. So when you look at the maps that look like this is the municipal boundary, and it's cut this way so that you can see in more detail because it's so tiny.
Kayla,
Yes.
I hate to admit this, but it took me a while to figure out what all of these maps meant. And I just like for people who are old like me to put not just residency or that one is expanded and the other is contracted, but just a blow up, say something like this is a blow up of the municipal area. I hate to confess to that, but it's the truth.
Let's keep going. So page 12, this is land use and zoning. Oh, wait, really quickly. So Bill, you had a question about the source of the data. They're down at the bottom. This data comes from Buncombe County and Land of Sky. As far as identifying vacant lots, we'd have to go lot by lot and individual identify them, go into a mapping system and essentially create a brand new data set. And there is not time or money to do that. It can certainly be something we look at in the future, but not at this.
Are we on page 12?
Yeah, we're on page 12. I was just jumping back to one of Bill's comments. Yep,
I've got
yeah.
a net on page
most of
12.
them are like that, so I've got to.
Are you ready
Okay.
for nitty comments?
Yes, page 12.
Right column, second line, I would put a comma after small. And I would put a hyphen, I would hyphenate town owned. Upper right paragraph, second line. In a conservation easement with some small comma, town owned parcels.
That's not page 12.
I'm on
Oh,
upper right hand column.
Anything else on this page?
Hyphenate town owned.
within the letter, the ETJ letter.
Mhm.
Must be a typo. Let's see, the second on the right-hand side, second paragraph from the bottom. There's a second sentence from the bottom of that paragraph, may step in, enforce. I think the word "to" is left out.
All right. Anything else on this page? Okay, going on to page 13.
One last thing on page 12, sorry. Is this a, no, never mind, it's there.
Page 13.
Lots of hyphenated opportunities here. High value, high quality, et cetera. I had a question, a more substantive question in the middle of the paragraph under recreational uses with the sentence that begins with there. There is one sidewalk along Assembly Drive. It should be that goes, I believe. Right, not the
Yeah.
goes. That goes from the Montreat Gate to the town center and Lake Susan. Does the sidewalk extend all the way to Lake Susan? I thought it stopped at Lookout Road. At the path does? It doesn't get to Lake Susan. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it goes basically to town center and Lookout Road, not to Lake Susan.
Okay, other comments, nitpicking is welcome.
I have a
Well,
comment.
a combination of both. To me, as a scientist, in many places, the document just lacks the data, the quantification you'd really look for. First paragraph under land use is a great example. 3/4 of the land within the town boundaries is conserved. Well, how many acres? It's so much easier to say. Much of the remaining land. Well, what does much mean?
So, okay, so I want to talk about that. That goes back to knowing which lots are vacant. That piece about what's still available to build, that goes back to knowing which lots are vacant, which again, we'd have to go lot by lot and identify those. So I don't have an acreage for what is technically vacant. And as far as what's buildable, I can't comment on that. If you have enough money, you can build anywhere. As far as 3/4, I mean,
Estimated.
it's,
I mean, you're also
it's an estimate. Yeah.
You're also talking about the percentage of the conservation easement within the town limits.
Right.
So and that, I'm not exactly
No,
sure
we don't
what
have-
percentage of the
yeah.
conservation easement is actually within the town limits.
Yeah, it's 3/4 is a safe estimate. We know how big the conservation easement is, but as far as like a hard number, whole thing.
Another nit grammatic,
Yes.
fifth line of the second column, first paragraph, second column, first paragraph, fifth line. Let's go in the other direction. The is allowed in the institutional residential zone. I would either conclude that with a semicolon or a period.
Okay. Right.
You got single family dwellings, another hyphenated down there. And at the bottom of that column, in the next to last paragraph, I would just suggest to 500 feet to further ensure that views are protected as opposed to the.
And I'm going to type all this up and send you guys this so that you have it. Okay. Any other comments on this page? Okay, keep going. Page 14.
Bottom of the first column, top left first column, the third to the bottom line, I would recommend that we change the language is treated like public space to managed for public use.
Right?
Then I had a question. I don't want to, somebody, I'm looking at the documents. If anybody wants to break me off, just do so. The last sentence on the second column. Development of these properties brings up concerns about the impact on the environment and municipal services such as roads and stormwater management. How is that any different than any property developed anywhere? Why are we calling out the ETJ in that respect?
So I think the intent of this is to say that the ETJ, they don't pay Montreat taxes, right? So the development and the impact of those services, the impact on those elements.
Then I would make that
It's-
clear in the statement that that's why that's of a particular concern because they're outside our tax base.
Okay, and then the other thing on this page, is this conservation easement thing. It's in the appendix for some reason. I don't know if y'all want to remove that from the appendix. I don't really see a need for it to be in there, frankly. Yeah, so they added this voluntary conservation easements document, which I think is very valuable, into the appendix of our plan. I think having a link to the document is fine. This is not a Montreat document. This is something that came from the North Carolina Land Trust. So where it references C appendix, I would, suggest removing that from the appendix and just having the link to the document.
Move the whole paragraph.
No, leave this in here, but take the document that it references out of our appendix. Because the last 16 pages of the plan are this document that is not prepared by or for Montreat.
Great.
I like that.
Agree.
It explains about a
Yes,
conservation.
yes,
easement.
leave
That's very
this in
clear.
here.
Yeah.
Leave this in here
but
with
not
a
Confusing by adding this
Yes.
other.
with a link to the document because I do think it's valuable.
But who's not many people are gonna go that far in their
No,
research.
no, but I will.
Right, but I will just read this.
Which is, I think a great summary, yeah. Okay, any other comments on page 14?
So I agree with your comment to add something about why the ETJ properties are affecting the town. So we're getting into this, I think before this, going back, rather than we need to have a paragraph, a short paragraph on the tax base, revenue sources. And why that's an issue for the town, as we've already discussed, rather than in the implementation, which is way down. We haven't gotten to it yet.
So we're gonna put a quick sentence in the executive summary. In this call out box for the ETJ, it explains that ETJ residents do not pay town taxes. And then this sentence will tie it together. No, yes, no, maybe so.
Maybe more than one sentence.
Oh, no, I mean, that this call out box on page 12 explains that.
Oh, then you-
Yeah, and then calling out the ETJ explicitly in this area as to why development in that area brings additional concerns. I mean, I'll leave it up to you guys if you want to.
No, I just wanted to, I agree with John and I wanted to expand on his comment to say it's not just a tax issue. It also relates to other services that town residents pay for, water, for example. I mean, why are our water rates as high as they are relative to others in the region? It's because they're not. Pardon? I'll have to, okay. I'll stand,
We can show you that.
I'll stand corrected.
Okay.
Why is that?
Because we haven't updated them in quite a while and we're going to.
When you're talking about water rates, you about the cost per gallon or are you talking about the meter fees?
Well, both meter fees and cost per gallon. We're looking at everything right now.
But I mean, are we lower than the region in terms of our meter fees?
Probably. I don't know meter fees specifically, but I know that water fees were way below.
Okay.
The next lowest one around us is probably $5 and something rather than $4.
Per gallon,
Yeah. Oh, per thousand.
per thousand.
Yeah.
So, Richard, if you want to send me some language on that to filter into the document throughout to bring in more discussion about the tax base, I think that's fine.
And Kayla, very quickly, if we could go all the way back to page 6, where the last paragraph reads, today, Montreat has all the services of a small town, including a public works department, et cetera, et cetera. That might be the ideal place to stick in a one-liner about our particular issues that John is referring to.
I think so too. Okay. All right. Okay. Page 15. Does anyone have any comments on this map? It's missing the zoomed in version. So I will flag that. Page 16, page 17. These are just more maps. Oh, same with 18 and 19.
And same issue on the sideways maps. You're gonna have some explanation of.
Yeah,
This shows the
Yeah.
expanded view of the
Mhm.
Montreat area.
Yep, and then Bill called out, there might be a mislabeling on page 18 and 19. So I'm gonna look at that. And Little Piney Branch is spelled wrong, so we're gonna fix that as well.
Can I just address the pairs of maps? I'm not sure what value I'm getting out of the larger area map.
It's our entire planning jurisdiction, so
Yeah.
I'd like to keep that in. Yeah. Yeah, this is the entire planning jurisdiction. So it is not the municipal boundary, but you know, I do zoning permits up there, so this needs to be in here. Okay. Oh my gosh, more maps. 20 and 21. I think we've talked about these already. I'm gonna just keep going to page 22. Yes. Yes. Which map? Okay. That most of the town is residential and that the other pieces are mostly institutional and part of the college.
Yeah, so there are places where you can delineate the town boundaries by color. Sorry, Josh. This map to me, in terms of land use, struck me as unusual because you have legend Town of Montreat. It makes it look as if the land in gray is owned by the town of Montreat.
I see what you're saying.
It's not. I mean, it seems to me like in this
Should
map,
be
you
a
would want to
solid boundary. Yeah.
probably. I mean, I would suggest that the other thing that's interesting, you've got the Montreat ETJ is in blue, but actually all of that property is owned by the
Yep.
conference center.
Yeah.
And so if it's land ownership, if that's what you're going for, it looks to me like you're blending purposes with this map a little bit. So
So just to be, so everybody knows, I did not make these.
I understand.
So when he says you.
You, the town, or you, the unknown,
Yeah.
the unknown graphic artist.
I did not make.
I mean, the
these.
town boundary, if the town
Yeah.
boundary can be signified by a line,
A solid.
I think it's important to show
And
where the
then
town
a
starts and stops on the map.
Transparent hatch
Right.
for the ETJ. I completely agree with you.
At the same time, I don't think it is, I'm looking for a label. I don't think it is right to make the entire conservation easement labeled institutional.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure I have a solution to it, but it's not an accurate representation of what I think you're trying to go for.
I would propose taking these two maps out. And then labeling figures 210. Oh, well, I would say take out 18 and 19 land use.
Yeah, figure two, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Kayla, go ahead.
And then on figure 210, change that title and whatever description to current zoning and land use. I think that fits a little bit better. I don't know. What do y'all think? I think it's difficult to convey that the ETJ is, yes, it's technically owned by an institutional use, but it has a conservation easement on it. So to display that entire thing as purple is just not, it's just not accurate. So I would propose taking out pages 18 and 19, and revising figure 210, which is 16 and 17, to be current zoning and land use.
I,
What do y'all think
I
about
like
this?
that idea. My only addition would be to be sure, do we want to identify the whole conservation easement, all 2,500 acres or so? That is a
So
use
we,
of land per se.
yeah, so we don't have a, so these documents are created with a mapping system, and you have to have things called shape files that essentially define the boundary of it, and we don't have one for the conservation easement.
Well, you don't, but you do on page 20 have a nice map of it, and it is color coded that way, which is why I agree with you. I don't think you need maps 18.
Yeah.
Map 20 basically does what I think Bill is looking for, or rather, excuse me, on page 20, figure 212. That is all in green. There is the conservation easement. The light green.
But on that page, I don't think that purple area is Montreat College. I think that's a mislabel.
Yeah, I mentioned that I think there are some things that are mislabeled in this map. So I propose to just take this land use map out.
Which one?
This one,
18, 19.
18 and 19.
Yeah. Were you looking at the one on page 20, John?
No, it's on 19.
Okay.
I know what you're talking
It's
about.
also on 20.
Yeah, 19 and yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna look at. Yeah. I think take this map out, this land use map out. Go from there. Are y'all okay with that? We are going on to page 22. So comments on 22.
There we go.
All right.
Line, I believe it's 6. I think you need an apostrophe and the word towns. Towns conception.
Yes. Okay.
I'm sorry, first paragraph, 6th. I think it's the 6th line by Montreat or 5th line reading by Montreat residents and visitors since the town's conception. That's a possessive, so you need an apostrophe in towns. Believe me, Dan Dean and Mason Blake would do this later anyway. So, in the first sentence, this is a suggested change. I don't know if Bill Seaman and I might have a good conversation about this. Climate change is a potential threat that suggests that an if, not a certainty, a potential threat to the health of the forest if extreme weather patterns continue rather than unless it is a given that extreme weather patterns are going to continue. We know this to be the case. I'm not a climatologist, but I would just say if as opposed to as.
Mhm.
In the third sentence, you don't need to hyphenate southeastern. After in the middle of the paragraph with the sentence beginning with the words as the climate changes, I would say, and then again, Bill, I covet your input on this. I would say native species may be threatened by invasive species. I thought the phrase are more likely to be outcompeted was a little awkward. So I definitely would like to change the wording there, but native species may be threatened by invasive species, further disrupting the local ecosystem. Slight change there. I would say I would strike the phrase since the unprecedented fires in 2016. I'm not sure they were unprecedented. I would just say concern about wildfires in North Carolina has increased, period. And then in the following sentence, the threat of fires could increase due to dry conditions, period. And then I would start the last sentence, historic forest management, strike that, has increased the prevalence of fire sensitive species in the region. That seems like a fact, not a Is that fair, Bill? Historic forest management has increased the prevalence of fire sensitive
So-
species in the region.
Well,
I'd like to go sentence by sentence.
Okay, sorry.
there
Was that too much?
Any other comments in this section? I know we just
Nope.
hit the last sentence. Okay.
That was it.
So Bill, can we go sentence by sentence?
Please.
So first sentence, climate change is and I'm gonna just say the revised version.
Okay.
Climate change is a potential threat to the health of the forest if extreme weather patterns continue to worsen.
I would keep the as, think of 25 inches of rain in Fort Lauderdale last week in one day.
but we can't predict the future.
Don't want to diminish, again, if it is a conclusive fact that weather patterns in Montreat are going to worsen, then I would leave it as it is. I'm raising the question. I don't, if that's established and understood as a scientific fact, then I would leave it. Just question.
Nothing in the future can be established as a scientific fact.
I don't know what to say about that. I can't prove anything, but patterns are pretty clear. And for me, as is the correct word there and not if. I don't see anything changing unless the United States and other countries also change their patterns. And I don't see that happening, especially in the US. That may be my personal opinion, but there it is.
Okay, so what is the best usage of what word fits best in this plan?
This could take the next hour. We
I'm
have-
sorry I brought it up then.
No,
I
you
will withdraw the suggestion.
No, you should have brought it up. Just to be sure, all of you should know that we have the National Center for Climate Expertise right here in our backyard in Asheville. World renowned, keeping data since Thomas Jefferson's times. So as a last resort, we could rope one of those or two of those scientists in to read this. To sort of ground science truth it. That's one option. We could read through these sentences now and then go back and forth on a word here and a word there. I didn't have any problem with the words. Climate change is a potential threat. Okay, so potential, so you're sort of weasel wording it there.
Right.
Okay. Potential threat to the health of the forest as extreme weather patterns continue to worsen. Well, we're having more extreme weather, folks. I mean, you can't be blind to that. The southeastern. Well, they're changing in a negative direction, Tim, in the sense of the flood we saw in Houston a couple of years ago, the droughts we're seeing in California, the wildfires. These and the thing is, in scientific circles, there's a whole cadre of people who are called modelers. People model space flights. So you say you can't predict the future scientifically, but let's talk about predicting where the rocket goes. Of course, we have to predict it. The same thing holds for agriculture and businesses. We forecast student enrollment in colleges, and we assign certain amount of confidence to those predictions. Some are just wild estimates, which are not going to work. In this case, we're talking about thousands of scientists worldwide who have been refining these predictions. And so they come up with climate models. It's really,
Can I offer an alternative? Could we start the sentence with assuming extreme weather patterns continue to worsen? Climate change is a potential threat to the health of the forest, period. And then that clears up the rest of the paragraph for me, where to your point, Bill, we go back and forth between could and will in various ways. And we're kind of like, you know,
Okay, so the suggestion is
assuming
extreme weather patterns continue to worsen, climate change is a potential threat to the health of the forest.
Mhm. I would even say you could strike the word potential at that point because you've got the assumption in the clause.
Okay, so what's the
or in
final
the event instead of assuming.
in the
In the event that extreme weather patterns continue to worsen, comma, climate change is a threat to the health of the forest. That says something
Is
that we know.
everyone okay with that? All right. Okay, so I will say that, you know, we are gonna come back and we're gonna have to come back and finish this. But there is still planning and zoning where people can make comment. And there's still Board of Commissioners where people can make comment before this plan is approved. So, you know, just keep that in mind. We want it as close to perfect for the steering committee now, but there are additional opportunities to provide comment. Okay, so do we need to make any of the other changes? Well, I guess I'll just read it. Okay, so in the event that extreme weather patterns continue to worsen, climate change is a potential threat, can we take out potential? Is a threat to the health of the forest. Skipping the next sentence, as the climate changes, native species may be outcompeted by invasive species, ... Is that okay? Okay.
I don't like maybe outcompeted. I would prefer maybe threatened by invasive species.
What's the right?
Well, let's just walk up to the college grounds and look at the knotweed.
No, I'm
It's-
not arguing the
it's
point. I'm
Yeah.
just asking if there's a
Threatened.
way to say it more clearly.
Is
Out,
threatened or outcompeted the right word in that?
Well,
sentence?
outcompeted is a good technical term.
okay, if that's a technical term, leave it.
Concern about wildfires in North Carolina has increased, period. The threat of wildfires could continue to increase due to dry conditions, period. Historic forest management has increased the prevalence of fire-sensitive species in the region. So we've got a couple changes in there.
The only thing I might suggest is the last sentence belongs before. In other words, that's a factor that leads to the thing before it in the sentence. So the way I would have it read is historic forest management has, take that out, has increased the prevalence of fire sensitive species in the region. Then finish the paragraph. The threat of wildfires could increase due to dry conditions.
Does everyone agree with that?
I mean, it doesn't
Mhm.
really matter.
So just a question here. So Bill, so the historic forest management, that refers to preventing fires, preventing the burning of fires that's led to buildup of.
In a way, when you say forest management, you're also saying forest non-management. That's the issue. You look at the Western wildfires, we let fuel build up decade after decade, and then the lightning comes and it ignites it all. Some of you have heard the term controlled burning. North Carolina is taking some leadership in that. Think of the longleaf pine forests on the Atlantic coast. They're fire resistant, but fire comes through and it sort of keeps the natural ecosystem in place.
So what about forest management practices?
Yeah.
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 Because that encompasses the resistance to controlled burning. Okay, so this last part reads, concern about wildfires in North Carolina has increased. Historic forest management practices have increased the prevalence of fire-sensitive species in the region. The threat of wildfires could continue to increase due to dry conditions. Okay, all right, we'll keep going. Page 23, this is stormwater and erosion. Wait, really quick. Bill, you had a comment about where a number would help the discussion. I think we might have. Oh, this was about the rain. So the southeastern US has seen a 27% increase in heavy rains in the last century and will likely see more in the years to come. And one of your comments was that how does likely translate into data? I don't know if there's a data source you could point me towards. Otherwise, I don't really know where we'd get that.
Yeah, I think our rewording is
Okay.
adequate.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're gonna keep going. So stormwater and erosion, page 23, comments on this.
So in the first paragraph, left column, I would set the phrase, I think it's the sixth line down, creeks and streams, the line beginning creeks and streams. I would set off the phrase affecting water quality with commas. So it would read to flow into the streaks and creeks and streams, comma, affecting water quality, comma.
And major storms can cause landslides and flooding.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then in the second column, you're missing a comma after the word swiftly in the fifth line.
Mhm.
And then in the line above that, my mind was sort of abruptly interrupted by landslide deposits areas. That double plural kind of, I don't know what a landslide deposits area is.
It's deposit
Okay, so
area.
that just-
And so the deposit area is described in the next sentence.
Okay.
So
Is
those
that what
are-
that sentence is used to do, is to describe?
Yeah.
Then I might, then I might after areas put a comma and say, which happens when, or whatever, so that it's more clear that those two
which
things.
occurs when
Yeah, which
debris
occurs,
flows from
right,
landslide.
right.
Which
So-
occurs when debris flow from a landslide moves swiftly,
Sure,
causing damage in the path of the flow and in the deposit areas.
yes.
Have we had landslides in Montreat? When was the last time we had a landslide? When was that?
You also had the road give way in Peace Providence area on that street where.
Kayla,
Yes.
I'd like to change one thing in that. When it says stormwater runoff can cause erosion and debris to flow into the creeks and streams affecting water quality, I would like to say stream water quality. A lot of people are going to look at that and think that's drinking water quality.
First column, second sentence,
And has it compromised stream water quality? It has.
When it becomes muddy and, yeah.
all right, any other comments on this page? Nothing? Okay. All right, moving on, page 24. And Bill, I just wanted to point out that, no, you were in here for this. That the deposit areas is defined in that. All right, page 24.
First paragraph, the first sentence. There are a few places in Montreat for new construction. I think that's largely a function of there's not much land left for new construction rather than, as you put earlier, if you have enough money, you can build anywhere. I'm not recommending a major change to the sentence, but just to set up the point, I would say rather makes hillsides and ridges unsuitable. I would say makes them difficult for development. There might be other things that make them unsuitable for development. You know, you might not want to build on a ridge because you don't want to affect the site view, the view shed, but I would say
Got
difficult
unsuitable and
and put difficult. And then in the second paragraph on about the seventh line, maybe that begins with of the rivers and streams, you have an extra space. There's my Captain Nit of all time between streams and flowing.
anything else on this page? Okay, keep going. All right, page 25, land stability index. Any questions, comments on that? Okay, keep going. 26 and 27. Okay. Yes,
I just had a quick one, that flesh colored slope movement lines.
oh my gosh, yeah. You can't.
Right
see
on page 26. I don't see any of those.
So it
in
is.
either map.
There,
Yeah, if you,
two
it's,
little-
it's really difficult to see, but on the second map, it's along Graybeard Trail, Lookout Road, and part of Assembly Drive. But I think that probably needs to be made a little bit more clear.
Yeah,
it's
thank you.
difficult to see.
Thank you.
Okay, 28 and
Can I ask one quick question? What is a geodetic control point?
not sure.
Feels like we ought to.
Yeah.
Like footnote that or something if that's relevant to the map on page 26.
I agree.
or put it in the glossary.
Okay, moving on from that. Page 28 and 29, this is stormwater infrastructure. And just so y'all know, page 24 talks about what the permitted outfalls, stormwater conveyance measures, what those are.
On the map on page 28, I see Lake Susan. I don't see it labeled in the legend. And it seems like a piece of our stormwater infrastructure that is particular enough to define, since the recent stormwater study did define it as one of
So
the.
it's, yeah, it's identified as, oh, that's weird. Let me think about that one. Because I know that this data set was done, this was not something that the consultants made. This was a data set given to them from the town. I wasn't a part of creating it, so I am not familiar exactly how they did it, but I'll look and see if we can have Lake Susan labeled a little bit more clearly. Okay, 30 and 31. Okay, we're gonna keep going. All right, 34.
Oh, boy.
And about describing the analysis, like the design of the survey. So this design of the survey, advertisement and analysis of the responses. I don't think that all of that is necessary, the design of the survey, because that's, you know, I think that's a lot of detail. Each survey is different. But I do think maybe describing how it was distributed is important, and also adding the survey to the appendix.
Yeah, I
Is
think
good.
adding
So-
survey to the appendix. would-
Absolutely. Okay, and all right, so let's go ahead and get started on page 34.
You want to start with NITS? So on line 5, the upper left-hand column, I would just take the word out, months out of the year. Just 12 months of the year in Montreat. And then 3 lines below, strike that out as well.
Okay.
More hyphenation on this page probably than any other in the full-time, part-time. Whether it's compound modifier.
Yep. Okay, any other questions or, sorry, comments? All right, we're gonna keep going. 35.
Now let's have a more substantive comment about the survey.
Yes, really quickly, Bill, I'm gonna see if I can find the 2020 survey and put it in the appendix. I don't know if we have it though, but I'll look for it. That was one of your comments.
Yeah, and Angie has it in a file.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
So I have a couple of comments. One is that looking at the 2020 survey numbers and response compared to the 2022 survey response and the differing character of those two surveys just struck me as something that I felt like I needed to comment on here. And I don't know whether this gets incorporated in the plan or not, but what changed in Montreat to incite a doubling of survey responses in 2 years, and such a dramatic change in some respects in terms of the emphasis of these different words and these word clouds? Now, I think I know the answer to that question, and I'm happy to suggest what I think the answer is, but I don't want to get out ahead of myself. If you all think you know the answer, I'm happy to entertain suggestions. It seems to me fairly clear that when we introduced the idea of building a lodge on our property in 2021, a lot of people got very interested in some very specific things going on in our community. And you see that reflected in the change in these two surveys. Now, I'm not going to get into the character of the responses, the fact that we don't actually know who filled out the surveys. All I'm saying is we ought to acknowledge in the executive summary that that particular project had an impact, or at least our belief is, if the committee is with me on this, our belief is that the announcing of that project in 2021 may have had something to do with the change in the number of survey responses and the character of the responses.
I agree.
I mean, that's just naming the elephant in the room.
I'm gonna let you guys decide on that.
You're not going to decide for us, Kayla?
Absolutely not.
I mean, it just, I hadn't really compared the two, but I mean, gracious. It was either that or the pandemic. I can't think of anything else that was, happened between those two periods of time that would have had such a dramatic impact on how people feel about this community and what they value about it. But it did. Something happened. Something definitely changed in terms of people's desire to engage and how they wanted to answer the survey.
Richard, I would have no problem with that. I probably put the word may have had an impact. So as long as we're not drawing a causal relationship, I'm certainly comfortable with that.
And I was about to say pretty much the same thing. If it had an influence, whether it's positive or negative, I think it's important that it at least be acknowledged. And I don't know about COVID either, but there's definitely a difference between the two.
I just don't know how COVID would have made historic such a profound finding between 2020 and 2022.
So if the group is amenable to having something like that in the executive summary. Yeah, okay. So then, Richard, when you send me language, just add that to the list if you
Okay.
don't mind.
I will. I'll try.
No.
I'm not sure I'm the one who should do it, but I'm happy to do it.
If you want to take a stab at it,
I will.
it will be
Thank you.
commented on by the full committee.
Thank you. I have a second comment. I'm sorry. Second comment on the 22 findings. Maury noted in our last meeting that the word white was a finding in the 2022 things people love about Montreat.
It was
but-
in 2020.
It was in 2020. Okay. Is it still there?
It's there, it's in
Okay.
yellow and you can't read it.
And you can't read it. I get a lot of complaints about people not wanting to acknowledge certain things about our community. So I want to make sure we're still there. Thank you.
It is, yeah. And I'm gonna have them change the color. Oh, no, it's not in yellow. It's above spiritual, next to beautiful.
Ironically. Also the word authoritarian. I don't know what,
I don't know.
it's in 2022, lower left-hand.
Well,
Were these words more than one reflected? It
I don't know.
says here somewhere.
Yeah.
If more than one person, so more than one person described Montreat as authoritarian.
That's because I make people pull zoning permits.
Well, I found that when I looked at this figure 3, I wrote the words eye candy on my page. And that's a concern I've had for a number of the visuals through this document. It seems like the consultants want to throw lots of eye candy into the document at the expense of having more definitive verbiage. So I could suggest, let's just delete this figure because it's totally subjective. But if you go to the 2020 survey, there are some really nice graphics in there. There's one of them that has a table, like what are the 8 or 9 things that residents are concerned about, and it sort of ranks them. Tim, you may remember, go 4.3 to 2.2, and that would make a nice replacement for this current figure.
So-
And it would give the reader something definitive. These are the things we care about because X number of people said this.
So the way that they set the survey up was to, and this is, this happened before I joined Montreat. So this is just my understanding. The way that the consultants for this plan set up the survey was to almost mimic what was done in 2020 with the word cloud so that you can draw the comparisons. They didn't do it so that we could compare the table. Now, putting the table in and drawing conclusions to that would require them to rewrite this entire section. So if we want to eliminate, I think that's fine. I don't think that adding something else in here, because they would have to rewrite this entire section. Now, adding it in the appendix as reference, I think is okay. But doing a deep analysis of that table in relation to 2022, they didn't do that, and they're not going to. So I can take these out, these 2 word clouds out, which is fine if that's what the group wants. But I will add in that table into the appendix regardless of what's done.
Sounds good to me.
Can I make a comment? I don't think you should take it out.
These,
Yes. I don't care where it goes, but let me tell you why I think so. First of all, I agree with you that they are broad brush. They are not specific, but they are based on a collection of data and a process that is often used to present an overall impression of surveys. And I would not have come as clearly to the point that I made when I started this if I hadn't looked at this data. I mean, it was the fact that this was arranged the way it was that really, it really, to me, drove home the point of how the survey differed from the survey of 2020 in a way that all of these bar charts would not necessarily have done. And so I do think it communicates a message. And if we agree with the message about calling out that change, then I think it belongs somewhere. I don't care where it goes.
we can say in the way it is now, in the appendix. Yeah.
Appendix.
Appendix.
Gone through all of this stuff, detail, and this was very eye-catching. I'm sure from a scientific point of view that it is doesn't meet standard, but from a I hate to say this, from a marketing point of view, communication point of view, it caught my eye.
Does that change anybody's vote?
I have to agree with Richard. When I looked at this, I noticed that, whoa, historic is now on people's mind. And what's the reason for that? Obviously, it's the lodge issue. So I think it's okay to leave it in there.
Okay, so let's go around one more time, in or out. Bill? In appendix or where it is now?
Out or in appendix? Appendix.
Okay. John,
In the body.
Appendix.
it's going to be. All right, 36.
One more thing. I just want to say, I also have feelings about the fact that 400 and something people responded. And the fact that we did not verify in any way by doing the survey, the people filling out the survey were residents of Montreat, property owners of Montreat. They're people who care about Montreat enough to fill out a survey.
Sure.
And I feel like that statement needs to be acknowledged somewhere in the point as well.
Did we control for potential duplicates?
I don't.
I definitely agree with what Richard just said about that. I've wondered about that all along.
If we didn't control for duplicates, I vote to take it out. Because you don't know about the integrity of the survey if you haven't controlled for the potential duplicates.
The 2020,
And that completely undermines any scientific value of it, in my opinion.
Well,
Can I ask the consultants before we decide to take things out? I will confirm. that.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if that condition exists, I question the integrity.
well, so those are two different things to me, to your point. Number one, I think we can question the integrity, but I think taking it out would be problematic. We executed it. We did it. We authorized it.
But if we consider it a flawed instrument, isn't
Then
our
say
But-
that. But what I'm saying is to not publish it suggests that we're trying to hide the findings, and I don't think we should do that. The findings are the findings, what they are. And we don't know, just as we may have questions about the findings, we don't know that they're absolutely accurate. That they're not absolutely accurate. And they may be, it might be a valid survey. I think it's worthy for what it is.
the 2020 survey, we checked the addresses, the computer addresses of the respondents. And we knew that there were no duplicates in the 2021. We knew who responded.
And I will get confirmation about the 2022 and we'll add in the caveat, depending on what that comes back with, whether they did check addresses. We may add the caveat that the survey may have been taken by people who don't live in Montreal.
It seems to me that we talked about this when the consultants were here. And that they had assured us that there would be information on who filled out a survey. In other words, what's your purpose in Montreat? Do you live here part-time?
I'll
full-time student?
double check that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's keep going. 36.
Okay, second paragraph. First column that starts with currently. Currently, there are no for-profit commercial businesses operating in Montreat. I think they mean retail and restaurants. I don't think they mean commercial unless commercial means something more defined than I think of it as. I mean, we have landscapers working in Montreat. We have all sorts of commercial business operating in Montreat.
Yeah, I outsource food service to a commercial vendor.
Right.
Facilities to a commercial vendor.
So there are no retail or
Retail.
restaurants.
Well, there is a restaurant. There are several restaurants operating in Montreat, but they're not for profit.
There are no
so-
for-profit retail or restaurant.
Well, I don't know whether 10,000 is 10,000 Villages, which makes a profit, but is run by a nonprofit, a for-profit or a nonprofit. I just, I don't know.
I thought they were a nonprofit, but that was just.
They are nonprofit,
Yeah.
but they make a profit.
That's okay. You're allowed to.
Now they all work, that's fine. Now they all work. No.
But doesn't the profit go back to the, yeah,
I'm not for that. No for-profit, restaurant. All profits from those go back to
No for-profit.
retail, restaurants, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any more comments on this page? All right, 37. Page 37.
Got a lot here. I'm trying to remember what I'm. Lower right-hand corner. Fifth line from the bottom that begins with the word land.
Mhm.
Was also highly supported. I would put a comma after supported. In the very last line of that paragraph, I would insert the word that after agree. They agree that property.
Mhm.
And then back in the second paragraph. on the
Wait,
bot-
part- part-time residents indicated that they agree
That they agree that property,
Got
that
it.
word goes, that property owners, they agree that property owners.
Yep.
And it's slightly clear to do the same thing. I almost didn't bring it up, but since I noted it twice, I figured I should. Fifth line, second paragraph, same thing. To indicate that they feel.
fifth line, second paragraph.
Second paragraph,
And my nit for the day is going back to the line we just did on the bottom line, residents indicated. I think you can eliminate the first that.
Okay, hang on. Richard, can you, one more time?
Sure.
Second,
Which?
second paragraph, left
Okay, let's
side.
go from let's zoom in.
Yeah.
Left column, second paragraph, fifth line. To indicate that they feel.
And then Mari, what was yours?
I thought that we could eliminate in the very bottom line on the second column is that residents indicated they agree that. In other words, eliminate one of those that's.
Indicated they agree that. Okay. Any other comments on page 37?
I don't think you have to use indicated, just say, part-time residents agreed.
I like to leave indicated in there because that's how they responded to the survey. It's, I think, a little bit softer just because we didn't interview them directly. I want to adjust leave it a little bit softer. Okay, 37.
So-
Any other questions?
I like the way you've redone this after our comments from last time. But I have to ask about the arrow. Once I like the arrow, but does it indicate a median? Is that what it is?
The arrows indicate the most frequent response for each question.
You should put
I
that,
missed that.
you
It's
should put
right
that
up.
in a footnote or is it?
It's right up here. Yep,
Yeah, I missed that sentence.
yep. They gave a little bit of explanation, which I had to read.
Can you make that two separate sentences?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. Anything else on the nature?
Yeah, I thought that we had decided that this was difficult for people with visual problems.
Yep.
And, and I'd like to see it some kind of different colors or something because it's very difficult for me to make out.
So for people that are colorblind? Is that what you're saying? Different colors?
Not colorblind. I have a difficult time differentiating between the different shades.
Yeah, more contrast. Okay. So it is 12 o'clock. We are about halfway through. Now, I will say that the chapter 4 is the objectives and implementation. We went through the objectives. We hammered in on them. We talked about language. There is, a couple pieces of language that Bill, you flagged, that I also flagged, because we had combined two of the vision statements. So I don't know if we necessarily need to go through chapter 4 other than the implementation. Because like I said, we've spent a lot of time talking about the objectives. But I say that because we are, like I said, at noon. And I don't want to keep y'all here longer.
I just have a question while we're here together. I understand that we don't want to make substantive edits when we're gathered as a committee. But I feel like you're going to take our input from today and you're going to draft, and there'll be stuff that none of us have seen. When we get the next draft, we'll review it, right? I mean, nothing.
I mean, yes, you will see, like, I'm gonna draft an executive summary.
Right, exactly. So we're not going to stand over your shoulder while you do that. So I guess my point is, it seems like I could come down to the office to visit with you and talk about hyphens in places where there's a space missing with the blessing of this committee, and we wouldn't have to take up the whole committee's time on punctuation, if that's acceptable. But now, recognizing that punctuation can totally change the meaning of a sentence. And so if there's anything in a gray area, but I just, it wouldn't be anything we haven't already reviewed, but we still have half the document to go. And I just want to be cognizant of everybody's time. If there's a,
So I would you're separating editing from copy editing.
correct.
I don't think the 9 of us should be engaged in copy editing, which is what we've done.
I mean, we may legally be required to copy edit altogether like this.
That's basically what I have called these as work session. That's why I've not allowed any public input. Public's already had an opportunity. They can sit there and watch us work, but they really shouldn't be making any comments. So it can be a work session, right, Angie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we can do it that way,
Okay,
and we can just set a time, and
great.
anyone who wants to come and talk
Play punctuation games.
talk about hyphens can come. We'll advertise it to the public.
Will that time be limited to copy editing?
I mean, we wouldn't make any substantive changes at all.
I think we should edit. I think a smaller group should copy edit.
Yeah, so I mean, it'll be open to whoever wants to come, but as a group, we can informally agree who wants to participate in that piece. My concern is just doing it in a space that the public cannot, not necessarily participate, but observe.
Yeah, well, you can do it in the boardroom, but it's like we had budget session in there yesterday and no one attended, but there would have been place for them to sit if they, well, the newspaper did come, didn't they?
That's my only concern with doing things outside of it, is just the
Right.
transparency.
So to the,
So I have no issue if we do it as a work session to do grammar.
so schedule a work session for public viewing, but it also feels like any of us noticing these changes could send them to you. And as long as they're reviewed in the public and changed in the public, it's okay, right? So I don't want to be the only person copy editing. I'm happy to come to the meeting, but if you all see things that need to be changed and can't make the meeting, we'd still like to notice the change, right?
So here's what I'd like to propose. Scheduling a session to do the copy edits. And then scheduling the final, what we will intend to be the final steering committee meeting, where these changes are incorporated, plus any copy edits, any grammatical errors, things like that, with the intent that we try to, I mean, we still have to go through this last part, but while we still have Paul here, scheduling that the next steering committee meeting and looking to schedule the work session for copy editing
When are you hoping to have the next full session?
as soon as possible. Because I am out.
Like next week or the week after? Or
I would really like to have it within the next 2 weeks. I am going to be out of the office for half of May. So
next week's not an option for me.
this coming week,
Next week's not out. Yeah, that.
okay, so
That takes us to the week of the 15th, and I'm out of town that entire week.
next week, we could do the copy edit
Mhm.
session.
Mhm.
The week after, we can't meet then, the week of the 1st. Okay, what about the week after that? I have the 8th available. That's it. Okay, then you guys are welcome to meet without me, but I will not be back until the 29th. Yeah. Then the 30th. Unless Richard, you're okay with the steering committee meeting that first week in May
Oh,
to adopt the plan.
so I don't get to decide when we meet. Sometimes I have to miss a meeting. If everybody can meet and wants to meet, I just will miss. I'm not saying, I'm not going to sit here
So-
and say you can't meet without me.
Right.
I would like to be here, but I'm not going to say you can't meet without me.
So I can do the 30th or 31st. I can move things around.
So if you guys want to wait all the way to the end of May, or we do it the first week in May.
I don't think Richard should be intentionally omitted from this meeting,
No, I'm not trying to.
No,
intentionally omit
no.
him.
but we know that he can't do it. I think Richard needs to be at the table.
30th of May. 30th of May. Okay. All right, we'll do 30th of May, 10 o'clock,
What time?
10 o'clock,
Hang on.
10 to 12.
10 to 12.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
What's up?
I am here next week, and if we want to have a copy session
let-
next week,
Let's talk about that.
sure.
Excuse me. I'm here Tuesday. Excuse me, Wednesday and Thursday. I have a meeting on the 3rd. at
So, no,
4.
I can't do the 3rd.
So I can do the 2nd or the 3rd or the 4th.
What dates are you talking about? You're
May.
talking about, no, I'm
Tuesday.
out that week. I'm talking about this coming week. I'm talking
Yeah.
about. You said you,
The week of May 2nd.
no. This coming week is the 24th.
Am I a week ahead?
You are,
I am a
yes.
week ahead. Okay, so sorry. I can do
You said Tuesday, Wednesday.
Tuesday. I can do Tuesday at any time,
Uh-huh.
Wednesday after 12,
Okay.
and Thursday after,
Can we do
2.
Wednesday at 4?
yes, I can do Wednesday at 4.
Okay.
Okay,
On Wednesday or Wednesday at 4? What's the latest in the afternoon you can do it?
what about that Tuesday?
I could do 1 o'clock on Wednesday.
On Wednesday? I could do that. So we'll have and how long do you want that?
I mean, it won't take me the whole hour to go through anything I have. If members of the committee email punctuation or edits to me, it might be more, but I can't imagine it would take more than an hour.
So we'll just say 1 to
2.
30 conservatively. Just to make sure we have,
I have a 2 o'clock.
So we'll do 2
So
o'clock.
this is a Angie. So I will have to walk out of here at 5 to 2 or 10 to 2 or something.
okay, so we will have that work session next week. Everybody is welcome to attend. Because we're gonna try to adopt at the meeting on the 30th, on May 30th.
Okay, anybody have anything else? Entertain a motion to adjourn. Have a motion to have a second. Motion in multiple seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We stand adjourned.
Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Mayor. Well, I don't disagree with you now, as they are. Be good. Shalom. That's not what we're saying. They were saying. Patient.
Yeah, I do. I do. Well, like, it's my pleasure that I that it's for it. Great. Yeah. I love being.
Not anxious. But I mean, a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah. We're all valid, sir.